Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Thank you guys very much for being here on this wonderful Thursday. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you guys are all doing well. Purple Guy, Tawin, Bandit, Dustin, Mendy, Chievemo, Marlena, welcome. Welcome guys. Let's see, we are going to go into Ashenvale for a little bit. We have some stuff in Ashenvale that is green. We don't have a lot of green quests anywhere else. So I feel like it's a good idea to get some stuff done over that way. So that is going to be our first stop for today. Inventory is looking not great. It's not looking great. I wonder if I can even fish here. Let's see. Yes, I can fish here. That's awesome. Robert, good afternoon to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. I don't know if it's possible in the time that we have, but I would really like to hit level 29 today because I would really like to equip the Cobalt Crusher. This is going to be a huge increase in damage from 66 top end all the way up to 111 top end. So that's kind of my goal. You know, it's a level and a half. And I don't really know if that's going to happen or not, but we're going to try. We'll see how it goes. We might have to do a little bit of shopping for some better gear as well. We're level 27, which means we can equip the shining silver breastplate. So I should probably buy myself a shining silver breastplate, assuming that they're not like incredibly expensive. I'm not going to pay like 100 gold for a shining silver breastplate, but I'll pay like 30 gold. I would pay like 30 gold, I think. It's a good piece. And we'd be able to wear it for a long time. Our fish got away. Here comes the boat. Did the axe sell? That is a darn good question. I forgot. Yeah, we put up an axe on the auction house last night for 200 gold. And it either was sold or was returned to us. It was a one-handed axe, wasn't it, actually? Yeah, it was an axe with strength and stam or strength and agility. Yeah, we need to check that out. We'll check our mailbox as soon as we get off the boat. Because yeah, we could potentially have a lot more gold coming in. And then if it didn't sell, I'll probably hang on to it. We'll hang on to it, and like every day we'll check the price for it, and we'll see if like eventually we can offload it. but I don't think I'm going to sell it for cheaper than the 200 gold. Like, a couple of people seem surprised that it was selling for so cheap. Because it is a level 19 twink weapon. I guess it looks like it's probably a Fury Warrior. I don't know how many twinks are Fury Warriors, so... might not be highly sought after. Yeah, like having a look at it, basically all of our gear is bad. With the exception of our weapons and the pants we got from the Dead Mines quest. Everything else is really awful. And we got like level 15 stuff on, level 17, level 19, level 18, level 20, we're level 27. Yeah, like, we could probably do stuff in Ashenvale and that's fine, but like as soon as we leave Ashenvale, we head back to the Eastern Kingdoms, we need to hit up an auction house. And we need to take care of some of this awful gear. And get it replaced with something like a little bit more serviceable, a little bit more at our level. Without paying a bazillion gold for it all, preferably. Patrick, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, mailbox first, then flight points. Ugh. It didn't sell. That's a bummer. I'm not gonna sell it any cheaper than 200 gold. Not on this server. There's no way. We'll keep checking the prices for it. We'll check every day and maybe we'll put it up every day, but I'm not putting it up for cheap. I would rather keep it and one day use it than sell it for less than 200 gold.
I am honored.
Like, I think it's a waiting game. Eventually, there's going to be a person with a lot of gold who wants that weapon, so...
Goddess, watch over you.
Mr. Santa, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome. The name of the guild that I'm in is Minimal Effort. Minimal Effort. Yep. How am I doing? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Are the zones empty in Classic WoW? Entirely depends on what server you play on, my man. If you're playing on a dead server, yes. If you're playing on a populated server like we're doing on Whitemane, then no. But, you know, like, it depends on what your expectations are. If you expect every day to look like a launch night, then you're in for disappointment. It's funny, what I find is, like, it's such a shifting metric that people have on an individual basis, whether they think a zone is empty. Like, I get comments on YouTube videos where people will be like, oh, world looks dead. And I know for a fact, like, in that VOD we grouped with people, in that VOD we came across many people in the world, and I just wonder, like, firstly, like, how much of the video did you watch? Did you watch 10 seconds and then you determine the world's empty? Like, secondly, I wonder, like, what is your metric for the world feeling like populated or for the world feeling dead? Everybody, it seems to be a shifting scale. I think people who want Classic to be dead, like, no matter how many people we come across in the world, they're always going to say that. They're always going to say, oh, world feels dead. Where's all the players, bro? Looks empty. Like, I think people who just, they don't want Classic to be a thing, or they're not big fans. I think people will always, they'll always perceive the world to be dead, especially when they're watching secondhand, especially when there is no defined metric for what their expectations are. It's kind of funny. All right, let's see. What do we have? Level 29, no. Here we go. Level 21 and level 24. Maybe we grab the level 25 as well. And then Elun's tier level 22.
Ishnu Allah, be careful. Farewell. Good luck, friend.
Did I stop Turtle WoW? Yeah, I'm not going to play Turtle WoW until they put out their 2.0 client. There's a lot of reasons why. But I'm going to wait until they put out their 2.0 client. And if they get that far, if they put out their 2.0 client and they don't get hacked again in the meantime, and Blizzard doesn't completely shut them down, then I'll go back and I'll check it out some more. Once they're on a client that isn't so janky. Like, the version of WoW that they're using is a little bit too janky for, like, my immersion. Like, I remember trying to shoot a fireball into a house in Elwyn Forest. It was the house with the collector in it, actually. And I planned out my pull, I lined up my shot through the doorway, and that's when I found out that in the version of the client they're using, you can't cast spells through doorways. Like, if you're standing here, and the mob is right here, you can't cast at them. It will not let you cast. It tells you don't have line of sight. And that was like one of the biggest pieces of jank. There's other ones, but yeah, ultimately I decided to wait for a host of reasons. The jankiness being one of them. My quest log is full. That will happen when you take quests in 17 different zones. I'm gonna abandon this for now. I'm gonna drop the elite quest, not this one. I'm gonna drop one of the elite quests here. This one we pick up in Lakeshire. If we want to do that, we'll just pick it back up. Okay, that's fine for now.
What brings you here?
Was the Warlock yesterday trolling with his lag? I don't know. That was just a weird one. At least we got through the run okay. What are my thoughts on the War Within so far? It seems fine. It's not a game for me anymore. But I think for the people that like the War Within, it has a lot to offer them. I've just kind of had to accept that they're not making Modern Warcraft for me anymore. It's made for a different audience. And ultimately that has to be okay. I mean, it makes sense. The people making the game now, they're all like 12 years old. Like, I see these people in interviews and I'm like, oh my god. Like, these are with the exception of a couple people like Holly Longdale and obviously Metzen, with maybe a handful of exceptions, these are people much younger than me. So it makes sense that the things they find entertaining and the things they find engaging and the stories they like to tell and the characters they like to craft are nothing at all that appeals to me. It's just it's a generational difference at this point. But it seemed fine for people who like that sort of thing. Ultimately, since I'm not the audience of it, like I'm not gonna like rate it, or I've talked about the things that don't resonate with me quite a bit. But ultimately, they're just not. They don't care. They're not making it for me. The interviews with Blizz Crew are often quite cringe. I feel the same way. Yeah, like every time I try to watch like a WoWcast, like I even tried to watch the one talking about the renewed tier 2 armor sets, the HD remasters that for the 20th anniversary. I tried to watch that one and like it's all very cringe. I find the lady who hosts those kind of cringe. The people that she's talking to always seem kind of awkward. It's very like corporate. It's like it's like they're filming a meeting. Like I don't know. It's like they're not okay with it. It doesn't feel like they're okay with just like sitting there chilling and talking about the game. They seem like in parts awkward, nervous, and then in other times just meh. And like I said, every time I watch these things, I just see how young the developers are, like how young the people that are working on the game are. And it goes a long way to explain why I don't resonate with the game or any of its characters or any of its story anymore. I really wish they would do something for Classic Era for the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft. You would think they would do something in Classic Era for Classic Era, but I didn't see anything like that. They draw straws for who goes in front of the camera that day, maybe. Maybe. I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like they are literally picking their most articulate, at ease people. Like, I feel like they probably put a lot of thought into who they put in front of that camera, why they put them in front of the camera, what they sound like when they're in front of the camera. I feel like they put a lot of work into it. That's why it sucks that, like, it still feels cringe. And it still feels like, it's almost like it's too scripted. I think maybe that's why it feels cringe. Because it's not even like they're just having a chat. They're just running you through a script. And it just feels like, ugh. Yeah, they plan every part of who we see. If we're looking at a person, there is an agenda and a reason behind why we are looking and listening to that person today. Like, trust me, like they're putting lots of thought into it. Probably more thought than they should put into it. But yeah, like that's the world we live in. We live in a world where you have to think very carefully about who you're putting in front of the camera and what they look like and what they may or may not represent and how they may or may not sound. Yeah, they put a lot of work into it, I'm sure. I'm sure it's not entirely just who would talk about this feature the best. There's probably a lot more that goes into it than just who would talk about this feature the best. Let's make it into the water. Okay, yes! The most dangerous water slide. The Ashenvale water slide. Only 3 decapitations this month. You can't come off as genuine when you're reading from a script. Even when I was teaching trainers how to be trainers, I would try to explain this to them. Like, we would build them instructor guides for the training courses they could use to teach the classes, and then like the instructor guide would have recommended like things to get across. And I would always stress to them, I would say, like, don't read this part verbatim. Don't just open your instructor guide and read from it. It's not going to sound natural. It's not going to be engaging. People are going to disconnect from you as soon as they know you're reading from a script. And so we would try to teach them ways to like absorb the key points, like write your own notes about those key points, and then find a way to casually talk about these things. And it's like someone needs to teach the Blizzard people how to follow a script, like an agenda, how to follow an agenda, but to talk like casually and naturally about those things. And what it comes down to is they're probably very worried about like what they say, how they say it, and how much they say. They'd have to like probably loosen the reins a little bit and like just have them talk a little bit more naturally, a little bit more off the cuff, while still covering the same agenda points. It's like kind of the same way that I wish they would change like their BlizzCon or their big announcements. They always have a person get up on stage. The person is always very obviously reading from a script while flipping through a slideshow. And I would much rather have a dude sitting at a computer, playing the game, talking about the things that he's coming across in the game, like as he comes across them, and just like discussing the announcement naturally. Like with a dude or gal playing the game. That's what I would rather see than like a big scripted speech with a PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, let's drop down here. Let's drop down here and work on this one. Yeah, let's do this first. We're already here, so. They keep applying corrupted stamina to me, reducing our stamina by 4. I guess I don't have to keep cleansing it. It looks like they just keep applying it every time they hit me. That's a weird one. It could be worse. They could be reducing our strength every time they hit us. It looks like I don't have track minerals up. There we go. Yeah, we're definitely ready for some better gear. We're definitely, like, probably about ready for a new weapon. We're getting our butts kicked a little bit. Did I sell the BOE? It didn't sell. It didn't sell. I have it in my bags. I'm not going to sell it for less than the 200. So, like, maybe every day I'll just put it up for 200, and, like, one day it'll sell for 200. And if it never sells for 200, one day I will roll a new warrior, and I will equip it on a warrior. Like, it's bound to happen. So, yeah. But I'm not going to sell it for less than 200. People on this server have way too much money. I'm not going to sell a twink weapon for dirt cheap. If I put it up every day, it'll appeal to somebody eventually. The problem is, it seems to be very specifically a Fury Warrior weapon. It's got strength and agility on it. So I think the problem is it's not a rogue weapon. And I think there are probably more level 19 rogue twinks than there are level 19 warrior twinks. I think that's the problem. I'm waiting for that Fury Twink Warrior to come along and buy it. Wait for the weekend. See, I get conflicting information. Somebody last week told me that the prices on the auction house for like materials and stuff takes a dive on the weekend. Like, I'm not sure why that would be. You would think the opposite, but the prices were really low over like a couple weekends ago, and someone was like, "Oh yeah, the auction house prices dive on the weekends," and I was like, "What?" I'm gonna try it every day. I'm just gonna put it up every day. I'll put it up for 200. I think I had it up for 199 or 198, and we'll sell it at that price eventually, or we won't. Yeah, you'd think more people would play, but I think the people that run the auction house, it's like it's a day job for them. You know what I mean? Like the people who are super active on the auction house and in the economy, it's like a job. And so maybe they work Monday through Friday and they take the weekends off. I don't know how else to explain it. Maybe I was just getting one guide. You know what I mean? Maybe I was just getting one guide. We will see, because we are approaching the weekend, so if I don't sell it during the week and it sells over the weekend, then it seems like more people are active. $1.99 gold, 99 silver, 99 copper. Yes, exactly. That's what we'll do. Buffalo Bill, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Are there no popular PvE servers on vanilla? Not with like medium populations. Not in the way that like Whitemane has a medium population, like 4,000, 5,000 players. There are clusters, so like all the servers in Classic Era are clustered together. So it's like when you're playing on a server and it says population low, like keep in mind that you might be connected to a dozen more servers. So like Mancrick was my PvE cluster. When I was playing like characters that weren't hardcore, prior to playing on Whitemane, I was predominantly playing on the Mancrick cluster, which felt pretty active. Like kind of like one of the things I like to do when I'm kind of testing out server clusters, like log in a level 1 character, and just do a 1 to 10. Get rid of the zone name because you don't want to restrict it to zone. Just do a 1 to 10 and see how many people you get. Like you want to have 50, obviously. Like this could be all that can pull is 50, so it could be like 200, it could be 51, but you want a lot of people 1 to 10. I'd say if you do a /who and there's like 35 people 1 to 10, like that's pretty freaking good for a non-PvP server. If you were to pull 35 people or so in the cluster at level 1 to 10, that's pretty freaking good. And then like here on Whitemane, we do 1 to 5, we still got 50. Let's do 1 to 2. 1 to 2, we got 37 people 1 to 2. So yeah, that's what I like to do when I'm like investigating server clusters. Just log a character in on a faction, do a quick /who. Yeah, no, I get it. I would say check out the Mancrick cluster. Check out Mancrick. I always felt like I saw people in the world. I always felt like there were groups going out. Like, it's not a huge server, but I think with it being clustered together with so many others, it ends up having a medium population without any individual server needing to have that many people on it. Like, if it turned out that I hate, like we did that day in Stranglethorn on the Warrior, to see if I was gonna hate the PvP. If I had hated the PvP, Mancrick clusters where I would have fallen back to. Luckily, the little bit of PvP that we had in Stranglethorn didn't really bother me. But yeah, Mancrick was my backup plan still, like if I absolutely hated Stranglethorn. Wayne, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Oh no, these ones are hitting us with corrupted strength, so they have different corruptions. Those guys reduce our strength by 10 the entire time we're in combat. So warriors reduce strength, I think totemics reduced HP. Yeah, they all corrupt a different stat. Oh my god, that's nasty. And then they keep it up on you the entire time, like each time they hit you it reapplies. The most annoying part of it is that your character is green the entire time you're fighting here. Like, you're just going to be green. Let's see, Pathfinders. Pathfinders, oh, there we go. They have corrupted agility. So it's like whatever stat they probably rely on for their damage, like, that's what they're corrupting. Okay. That's really cool how they have a different corruption. Yeah, there are some really nasty ones later game, yeah. Felwood has some. Ungoro Crater. The Silithid in Ungoro Crater have one that, like, if you're a melee, it's like a 30-minute disease that affects, like, all of your melee stats. It's really bad, and it lasts for a long time. It's one of those stats that, like, you really want to find someone to cleanse it off of you, but then, like, you have to do that after you're done with the quest, because they're going to keep reapplying it anyway. Yeah, they have some brutal ones in later game that have like 30-minute durations. You know, one of the many RPG elements that made the game like more interesting that eventually was simply stripped away. You know, having debuffs that are impactful that last for a long time, just that concept doesn't exist anymore. Like, pretty much beyond Cataclysm, that concept didn't exist. The Furbolgs and Fel would apply Mortal Strike to you, and it lasts for 2 minutes. Doesn't that, like, decrease, like, health and healing or something? Is that the Mortal Strike debuff? Like, some kind of debuff to your ability to heal? Healing is halved. Yeah, that's quite a reduction. Just cut in half. Yeah, see, that's not good. You don't want to have that for multiple minutes at a time, and I'm sure it just keeps getting put back on you, like, for as long as you have to fight those guys. Like, moments like that in a video game, like especially in an RPG, when you have moments of like powerful friction where the game does something happens to you in the game that is very impactful, it creates like just the right kind of trauma to make a memory, to have like a gameplay experience, a moment, a memory, like things that you remember, you know, like a decade later. You know, you'll remember this mob in this area does this. Why do you remember that? Because when he did that to you, it hurt. It hurt, it was annoying, like, it kept getting put on you over and over again. Like, and when an RPG loses those things, the player loses one of their avenues to create memories with the game, and to, like, grow a connection with the game. For instance, in all of the War Within, I don't remember a single mob that I fought. I don't, it's just like, I can't even envision what they look like. Spidery things, animal things, humanish things. I don't remember a single enemy I fought, Why? Because none of them do anything that matters. None of them do anything that matters. None of them create moments of friction. They're just fodder to be plowed through, and therefore I don't remember any of them. All of combat is just a vague blur. And that vague blur will never solidify because there was no moment created to like make a memory. Which like for RPGs like that's kind of important. At least it should be. If you're trying to be an RPG of any kind. Oh god. When two different ones hit you, they're gonna stack these together. Oh my god. Strength, stamina, corrupted. Are we gonna get killed here? Maybe. Maybe. We have lay on hands. So we could lay on hands. We can get a heal off after that, because we're still probably gonna need a heal. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to blow lay on hands. Okay, I'm doing it. Oh my gosh. These guys wrecked me. Yeah, having to plan your pulls, having to stop and think about your pull even for a minute. Like just having to stop and analyze a situation, like that also forms connection to the game. It forms connection to your character. It creates a moment of thought. And like, believe it or not, in order for humans to really connect with something deeply, we have to have moments of thought. We have to have moments of thought, moments when we're provoked, like, those moments have to happen, otherwise we don't forge deeper connection with something. Like, we will stay just surface connected. If we're not ever having to stop and think or consider, if we're not ever facing friction or strife, or trauma, like, we're not gonna form a connection. Any bond we do form will be shallow at best. It's why my most recent favorite zone is probably Grizzly Hills. Because that was like the last time they made a world and put things in the world, and the world was handled in such a way that like I actually formed a connection with a zone. Like I actually formed a connection with an area. That was like, you know, Wrath was the last time when the world was still such that you could have those kinds of experiences. So like, what's my most recent favorite zone? The freaking Grizzly Hills. Like, there are a couple zones in BFA that are pretty. Like, I don't even know if I remember their names. There was like the Autumn place, there was the Autumn place and the Mountain place. Like, I don't even know the names of the zones. But those are my two like favorite BFA zones, and like I don't even know what they're called. I quested multiple characters through them, and like I never had any moments that made me even think about like, where am I in the world? What's the name of this place? Yeah, the Green Mountain place and the Autumn place, that's all they are in my mind. Because I didn't ever have, as many times as I went through there on different characters, I never had to stop and think. I never had friction. Like, I never formed a connection. I have a healing potion. Do I really? Oh my god, I have many. Thank you. These are actually pretty decent for us. That would have been probably a better way to go than blowing lay on hands. Alright, I probably need to start hunting the ones that I need. What do I need? I need 1 totemic and 2 warriors, so we're making progress. Maybe it's worth it just to kill every single furbolg I come across. Yeah, exactly. They share spawn points, right, precisely. A lot of times you just kill everything that's there, and eventually the ones you need will spawn in. Especially when the combat's pretty easy and pretty decent XP. Really no reason for us to like go around cherry picking them. I'll just kill all of them. It's the spirit of classics, just kill everything in sight. If it yields experience, it should probably die. Bloating numbers is also bad for RPGs? Yes, it is. It's really bad. Sometimes one of the significant things that happens when your character levels up is that your character gets more health and more mana. So the more comprehensible numbers you have, the more significant it feels when you gain a level and you're like, oh look, I got 200 more HP now. This is great. I can take 10 more hits now. You know, I remember playing Final Fantasy games back in the day. Those are the games that got me into RPGs. And in a Final Fantasy game, the goal was 9999. You wanted to end up at endgame with as close as you can get to 9,999 HP. Because that was the max HP you could get. And so you start at 50 HP. Level 1, 55 HP. And then you just have these thresholds where oh look, now I'm in triple digits. Oh look, now I'm over 500. Okay, now I'm over 1,000. Now I'm in quadruple digits. You have these milestones for your character while you level them up that are actually meaningful. Because you're dealing in the realm of comprehensible numbers. Same thing with damage in Classic. When you get a big crit in Classic era, oh damn, 152, it's big. It's a big number in a sea of little numbers. When you get a crit in Modern WoW, it's every number is already this long. And so when a number is this long and it's slightly bigger, I don't notice. It's the same to my brain. The numbers are just too big. It doesn't feel impactful that my DPS is more. Whereas Classic era, you put on a new weapon as a warrior or paladin, you go hit something, you see that damage number is bigger. And it's comprehensibly and easily observably just a bigger number. And it just feels good. It feels good to see that improvement when you upgrade your gear, when you level up, when you put some talent points somewhere. And yeah, as an RPG, when you lose visibility on the numbers, the stats, and the player just is kind of urged to ignore most of that, then you lose a big chunk of what makes an RPG a good RPG. You got a million crit, but the mob is still alive. Yeah, because the mob has 100 million health. It's got 100 million health, so a million crit, cool, that sounds good, but who cares? You just watch the bar go down, basically. You watch the bar go down. Yeah, the numbers in Modern WoW, they don't mean anything. It's almost you'd almost want to turn them off, not even see them, but then you really feel like you're just doing nothing, you know? The numbers are just basically, the numbers in Modern WoW are visual feedback that tells you, yes, your abilities are hitting the mobs. You're hitting them. That's really all the numbers are for. That's how I use the numbers in Modern WoW. I watch for the numbers to make sure that AoE I just fired off actually hit everything that I want it to be hitting. They're just a feedback indicator of the fact that you are in fact hitting that mob that you think you are. That's all they're useful for. They don't convey any other information or emotions that are useful, except confirmation that you're hitting. Oh, we are done with this quest. So I could continue the crusade against the Furbolg people, or I could go do some other stuff. So yeah, let's run up this way, and we'll do Rain's Cleansing. I wonder how, I mean, there's probably a little trail, or some very specific route that we want to take, because the terrain here is kind of unforgiving. Get the cooking book near the lake. What? Oh, there is a quest down here though. Yeah, like maybe I should do this. Is there a cooking trainer down here? Is that what's up? Let's go check it out. Yeah, the moment in Classic when you get that first crit that's over 1,000. Yeah, exactly. Like the first time you see your HP go over 1,000. Like as a tank back in the day, finally getting to 10,000. Like 10,000, you know, it's over 9,000, so it's the best number. Like 10,000 was like, that should have been the ultimate achievement. Like, oh wow, I'm a tank, I got my gear on, I finally passed 10k. Like it felt meaningful when you were finally able to do that. But when you're passing like 536 100,000 million, like that's not a milestone. Like I don't care at that point.
What brings you?
I almost wish Modern WoW would stop using like health numbers, and like I want my health bar to be longer, like in the way that like Dark Souls games handle it. I think that would be okay. Like just get rid of the numbers, and like if I have a lot of health, just make my health bar like multiple long bars of health, and if I have a little bit of health, it can be like 1 bar of health. Like maybe that's like a more visual representation that would probably be more impactful than just like looking at a number in the same size frame. Okay, so we're looking for possibly a cookbook. I should also figure out if I can do something with my inventory because it's kind of getting unwieldy. Let's grab this quest.
What brings you here? Del Nadris.
Trade goods. Aha! Expert cookbook. I'm gonna grab 2 of these. I'm assuming I'm gonna grab 3 of these. I shouldn't need that many. I'm gonna mail some to my bank alt. Because I really want my priest to be my character that cooks. Like, this character, yeah, we capped out. Like, this character, I don't really care if they get their cooking leveled up, but I might continue it anyway. We're getting a little bit behind, I think. Well, not too far behind. Anyway, yeah, we'll use one on this character and I'll send the others off. Oh god, it takes a minute. We gotta read this book and it takes us a minute to read this book. There we go. Awesome. Thank you for that. Unfortunately, there's no mailbox here, so I am gonna have to vendor some stuff to make a little bit of room. That's still way too full. Oh my gosh. What is wrong with my inventory? Wool bandage, heavy linen. I can probably get rid of the heavy linen. So yeah, that's one. Let's get rid of this. These little mana potions, like I just don't see myself using these. I'm gonna sell the little ones. The sharpening stone I can't use right now because we are using a blunt weapon. The pearl I should probably hang on to. These I need for crafting. Yeah, there's really not a lot else. I should be selling these on the auction house. They sell for like around a gold sometimes. And there's really not a whole lot else I can do. I can get rid of the level 15 water. Okay, yeah, that's gonna have to be it. The feathers I gotta sell because they literally, for some reason, they often sell for like almost a gold a piece. I don't really understand why, but they do. Achievemo, I mean, that's one way to do it, man. Stop their XP at 70 and just... That's one way to do it. I would say just come play Classic Era instead. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do to have a good time. Whatever it takes. Did I not like the War Within? Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's not, I'm not the audience for War Within anymore. They're making the game for somebody else. So yeah, for me it was just very much a mediocre experience. But that's my problem, because obviously like everyone loves the game. Yeah, everyone loves it. So like that's just a me problem. It's not an indication of the value of the expansion. It just doesn't have anything to really offer me. Yeah, like I enjoy Mythic Plus. And what I keep saying is like when I can log into the game client, select my character, and then press a button over here for Mythic Plus, when I can do that, when I can just straight up queue for like a Mythic Plus type of deal, then that's a game that I'll play like probably like 10 hours a week, you know, farm up my rating. But I just like, I'm not interested in any of the parts of the game that are surrounding Mythic Plus. And I think I could feel similarly about Delves if I give myself the opportunity to get into it. I feel like Delves, I would do the same thing. I'd love to be on my character select my character, select Delves, and I'd love to go do some Delves. I'd love to go do some Mythic Plus. I just don't wanna deal with any other part of the game. I don't wanna do the daily or weekly stuff. I don't care about the weekly quest. I don't wanna do any of that treadmill stuff. And the story, I don't really relate to the characters or what they're going through, so the story's mid for me. But I'd love to do some Mythic Plus and Delves if it's ever like a way I can do that detached from like the other elements of the game they're making. Because man, I had so much fun with Mythics in Season 3 and Season 4 Dragonflight. But I just don't, I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna play the rest of the daily grind just to be able to do Mythics though. I'm not gonna feel compelled to log in 3 times a week and spend an hour doing X, Y, or Z. Like, I just don't want any part of it. Yeah, you were completely overwhelmed by the amount of daily activities for endgame. Yeah. It's overwhelming in an underwhelming way. You know what I mean? Like it's some stuff like some currencies, you got some keys that open chests, like, but it's like, it's overwhelming in the worst way, because the way it overwhelms you is just by like feeling really effing lame. It's like, oh, I gotta go farm up my coffer keys, I gotta make sure I have 4 of these, and then I gotta make sure I got those before I do my empowered delves, and then I do the empowered delve, and then I use the coffer key on the chest, and maybe it craps out a piece of gear that's good for me, maybe it doesn't. You know, oh, I gotta clear all my world quests and farm up whatever freaking currency to upgrade my gear that I'm gonna replace next season anyway. I'm just gonna farm up tokens forever to increase the gear, and then I'm gonna toss the gear on the ground at the end of the season, and I don't know, I just don't want to get on the daily, weekly grind, and like, to be like competitive in Mythic, especially when the season first opens, you have to do your daily and weekly stuff. Like, if you want to be competitive when the season first opens, you gotta do your day. Eventually there will be ways to catch up in gear and stuff like that, but yeah. Ugh. Like giving a kid too many toys and he doesn't want to play with any. Like giving a kid a room full of like dollar store toys. Yeah, just like giving him like a room full of just dollar store toys. You know, like the cheap action figures where the rubber band breaks after you play with it for a couple minutes. The axle on the little plastic Jeep isn't quite right. It has a shimmy and it doesn't really go that far. Yeah, like it's a bunch of dollar store toys. But it's like, but then they're saying like, okay, you want to play on the Xbox, you got to play with these dollar store toys for an hour a day 4 days a week. And if you do that, then we'll let you play some Fortnite, kid. Okay? Cool, cool. Like, that's what it's like. Like, they're dangling the fun behind a room full of dollar store toys that I don't want to play with. That I find boring. That's my analogy for the day. I'm all tapped out after that one. What happened to my Tauren warrior? He hit level 60, he hit level 70, he hit level 85, and currently he is level 85 on the Mancrick server. And he's got some pre-raid gear on. He's got a couple of raid gear pieces, and he's retired. Yeah, he's retired now. He cleared most of one raid, and he had seen everything he wanted to see, and he decided to go back into retirement. But he's still around. You know, he'll probably go into MoP Classic at some point. It's inevitable. It's inevitable that MoP Classic will exist. And it's probably inevitable that I will at least level up a character through it. And yeah. So he's hanging in there. Am I planning to play Firelands? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so, because I did all these raids back in the day. I did them all back in the day. I killed all these bosses on Heroic already. Like, I just don't really feel like I'm not excited about it. And if I'm not excited to see raid bosses and I'm not excited to get raid gear, then I can't make myself raid. Like, when I raided back in the day, like, it was because I was excited. I was excited to get in the raid. I was excited to fight the bosses. I was excited for the loot that would drop. Like, every part of raiding back in my 20s was exciting. And like, I don't feel that excitement because I already did all this stuff. Now, Mista Pandaria, I didn't do any raiding in Mista Pandaria. So it's possible that in Mista Pandaria, maybe I would feel differently. Maybe I could find the excitement. Because it would be new fights and gear I never got. But I'm not sure. But Firelands, probably not. I don't know. I'm on my Whitemane Classic era retirement home server right now, and I'm having a good time here. And I don't really have any plans to leave anytime soon. We'll see. Firelands is October, so you know we got time. My guild doesn't want me to raid with them, and my guild is doing so many raids, and they are probably just happy to like not have me be streaming all these raids. So like, my guild doesn't need me to raid with them, and they're probably relieved that I don't. And they're quite successful, so I might just stay out of their raids. Yeah, I mean, we might go check it out. I don't know. I'm not sure. If there are dailies, maybe we'll check out the dailies a couple times. You know, when the Troll Dungeons dropped, I did a couple streams on the Troll Dungeons just to check them out. So we'll see. Again, the problem is like it's nothing that I'm excited for or looking forward to because I've already been through this. Like, I've already waited for Firelands to drop, and then I've had Firelands drop, and then I raided Firelands. We killed the bosses, and time moved on. I think Classic appeals most to people who, like, either they didn't play Classic at all, or Kata at all originally. Like, you didn't play Kata, you never saw it, and so therefore, like, it appeals to you. Or you were young when you played Kata. Too young to have done all the raids, maybe too young to have like solid memories, and you have nostalgia for Kata because it was your first expansion that you played in, you know, when you were like 13 on your dad's PC. But I think for someone who was like in their 20s and they were killing heroic raid bosses, Like, there's really nothing exciting about Cata Classic. Because, like, if you've done it all, there's nothing to look forward to. Do I have Blessing of Freedom? I don't know. I have Seal of Justice. I don't think I do. Let's see. Blessing of Salvation. I don't know. I also don't see it. But then again, that font is very small. Istvan, without getting into any specifics, because I'm never going to get into like specifics about those kinds of things. But if you're just asking like generally, like if you look at the size of my channel and how my channel does, no, a person could not make a living doing what I do. I can say that much. A person could not make a living like doing what I do. Not a living. Not a living. No. The main objective here is not to make a living. If that was my objective, then I would go back to corporate America, and I'd be in front of classes, teaching classes, making training materials, and I'd be doing the corporate thing. But at my level, with as big as this channel is, no, one would not want to try to make that work. Not in the country I live in. I'm in the States. But ultimately, the only way that you do something like this and you enjoy it and it has any kind of success is like, you can't start off like, your modus operandi cannot be to make money. That's not why we're here. Like that, if you, I feel like people who start like YouTube channels and that's their modus operandi is to make it profitable. Like that's not how it works, and that's not going to happen. Because ultimately, like if that's your modus operandi, is that if your foremost thought like is money, you're never going to enjoy it long enough to like make it last long enough to grow it into anything. Because it's not sustainable. It's not a sustainable way to think about it. I guess that's the only way I can say it that makes sense. Like if you're really fortunate and you're persistent and you do well, like making some money is a side effect of continuing to do what you love to do. Like that's the best way to think of it. Like if you do make money, it's a side effect of just continuing to do what you love to do. Because it can't be the main motivator. Yeah, I have much more fun with like hanging out with you guys and talking about the game than I would ever have sitting on my own, like in isolation, like trying to play. Yeah, it is much more enjoyable for me to hang out. Chief Mode, thank you so much, man, for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very generous, dude. I appreciate that. Welcome to the 5 new people. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with me as we play some classic era. I appreciate it. Speaking of measurements of success, if you guys are having a chill time and you've enjoyed hanging out today, pushing the like button actually helps. And pushing the like button is basically the only way to tell the algorithm that you think it's okay for the algorithm to show this content to people who have not been here yet. So it really helps grow the community when you guys hit the like button. And I appreciate those that do. I feel like I've done this quest and I've gotten the item like almost immediately in the past. This might be one of the lowest drop rates for it. Like, there's no way that I've actually looted this thing already, right? No, okay. It's not like an item that I have to click to complete the quest or anything like that. It just has a low drop rate. I could have been here all day doing it. Sorry, I think I was muted there. I could have been here all day doing this. Thank you. I had a feeling that maybe it was like that kind of... Oh, damn. Hey guys, we ran out of breath. I had a feeling it might have been like a click the item thing. But I also thought I was getting it confused with another quest where there's like there's an island with like a pillar and we go inside the pillar and we click a thing in there. So yeah, like I think I was just getting it confused. Oh, and we died very far away from our body. We are very far from our body. So now we get to have a nice, long, embarrassing spirit run. Hey man, what's up? Yeah, you can come in out for a minute. I'm dead right now.
Oh.
You can come in and hang out until I'm back to my body.
Okay.
As long as you can be like a chill, reasonable human being and not like a lunatic.
Okay. Oh, I forgot how gray it looked.
I'm dead right now.
Yeah, I know. I forgot how gray it looked when you died.
Yeah. I drowned.
You drowned?
I got distracted talking to chat. It's basically chat's fault.
That reminds me, one time, a YouTuber, a Pokemon YouTuber, you know his name, but...
Alright, well, let's not give him any free publicity.
Yeah,
But what's your point?
They failed a shiny Raikou.
They failed a shiny
because
Raikou?
they were looking at chat.
Oh, yeah, they got distracted by chat, missed the shiny.
Yeah.
Bummer. They probably deserve it.
And I don't think he does.
Right after I die, Istvan says, I really enjoyed your hardcore series. Are you planning on giving it another go? Judging by what you just witnessed, what do you think? Should I give hardcore another go, guys? What do you guys think?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think what just happened to me is proof that I should in fact stay away from hardcore for the time being. Anybody who lets themselves die underwater, you don't want to be doing a hardcore run.
Is that where you died? Under that water?
Yeah, I died right over here. Yeah.
Oh, far away.
I'm getting close. See the map?
Oh.
There's my body. There's my character marker. See me moving?
Someone said LOL.
Yeah, right. Start a poll for it. I historically don't listen to the results of my polls anyway.
Start a poll right
I
now.
tend to ignore them.
Start a poll.
And then I do the
random.
opposite of what the poll says. All right, I am about at my body, which means you are about to go back to what you were
Bye,
doing.
chat. You subscribe if you're not already subscribed to him.
Thanks, buddy. Give me a kiss.
Mwah.
Love you.
Mwah.
All right.
Oh, by the way, you
Make
should
sure you
look at his background.
Make sure you shut my door on the way out.
Okay.
I'm not gonna res till you're out of the room so I don't die again. Love you. I'll talk to you later.
I'll see you later. And I'll see you guys another time.
Continue having a great day, okay? All right, now you actually have to leave.
Okay.
All right. Okay, let's have a look around. I don't see any enemies. Yeah, I have about 10 months of hardcore content. Although I understand like going into a hardcore run where you know the character dies is probably not as interesting as like watching it play out. So like I get it. But yeah, I did hardcore for like 10 or 11 months straight. And I think I kind of burned myself out. So the only way that I will do hardcore in the future is if they do a fresh start. If they do a hardcore fresh start, then I'm totally in. But I don't see them doing that anytime soon. I never reached 60. I still owe you. I owe nobody. I owe you only chill vibes and maybe some kind of entertainment throughout the day. Besides that, I owe you nothing. Yeah, like I got 47. Was it 47 on the hunter? And that was pretty good. I was happy with 47. We had a couple of 47s. The Pally hit 47, and then I retired him because we didn't have a weapon. So we had some good runs. Retail hardcore. Ugh. I would die within the first 10 minutes in retail hardcore, to be honest. I die a lot more in retail than I do in classic era. Oh, wait. We had figured out the quest. And I had figured out that I'm done with the quest, and that I've probably been done with the quest for a while. So yeah, there we go. We're done with the quest, guys. You realize that now we have Cataclysm? We have had Cataclysm for a while. Pretty soon we'll have Mop. If you blink, we'll have Classic WoD before you know it. Just, like, be careful, man. Keep your eyes open. Stuff changes faster on here. They're on, like, 8-month intervals for Classic expansions, so if you step away for half a year, like, we're in a new Classic expansion.
Good luck.
In 4 years, we'll be playing BFA Classic.
Farewell. Del Nadris.
So, yeah, look forward to that. There was a follow-up quest. I didn't exactly read it. I think we'll go up here, we'll do Rain's Cleansing. We'll head back to town, we'll turn everything in. And I really only want to be working on stuff here that's like mainly green quests, so that might be all that we do here for now. We might be heading back to Eastern Kingdoms, like, really soon. And then maybe we'll do some stuff in Duskwood. Guitar Junkie, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. BFD today? If I get a whisper from somebody, if somebody randomly whispers me and they ask me to do BFD, then yes. Yesterday I got whispers for SFK 2 different times. I got a whisper for BFD. So yeah, it's a matter of like people just whispering me. It seems to be the most consistent way for me to get into groups, is just waiting for somebody. And then they typically want me to either heal or tank, and we can basically do either. Oh yeah, when we're at the auction house, I should remember to maybe look for some pieces of healing gear. Like, maybe I should be looking for some cloth pieces with intellect, so that when I do choose to heal, we have, like, you know, a mana pool. Some kind of mana pool to draw from would be good. Yeah, Cataclysm is the 3rd expansion. We got Vanilla, TBC, the Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, and then we got Cataclysm. After Cataclysm, we got Mist of Pandaria. So that'll be out by like March, April. And for a lot of people, once you're in the Cataclysm era, you're no longer in a classic era of WoW. Because in Cataclysm, all of the old world zones, like Ashenvale, they remade them. A Cataclysm happened and they remade much of the old world. And so, with those changes in place, the classic era zones don't exist. And so for a lot of people, like, Cataclysm and beyond is not actually classic. So we're getting into questionable territory with Mist of Pandaria. Yeah, the current Cataclysm is more fast-paced. Yeah. In Cataclysm, like, the leveling is much faster, the classes are much more powerful, enemies die a lot quicker. Yeah, like, Cataclysm is like... It's faster, much faster than Classic Era. They'll keep going through the X-Packs till people stop paying for it, but people don't necessarily have to pay for Classic, that's the thing. There is no box price on a Classic Era expansion. They do sell deluxe editions that you can purchase that have like mounts and stuff like that, but you play the most current version of Classic just by having a sub. So like, they're not selling everybody. I've never bought anything. Like, I just play the version of Classic when it comes out. I don't buy like a box copy. You're subbed to the game, you get into Classic. So like, they do have the opportunity to make some money, like with the mount sales and stuff like that, but I don't know. I think as long as people are playing it, they'll keep doing it. If they see like a massive decline in playership, then maybe they would do something different. But I think they'll just be looking at like how many active players. Because we don't have those numbers. They don't share those numbers, but they have the numbers. So they're probably daily. They're probably looking at like player numbers daily, and just like, you know, kind of trying to take the temperature of it. Yeah, we'll see what they do. You know, whatever they do, I mean, I want to be able to say like it can't be as bad as Season of Discovery, but it will probably be more of the same. Like, if they choose to do anything else with the Classic Experiment, you'll probably see more things like Season of Discovery that are not really Classic at all. So that's like the most likely thing. Less likely, maybe they do a progression server where they, you know, you start off in a vanilla era and then you move to TBC and then you move to Wrath and then every 2 years it's a restart. They could do progression servers. That's what EverQuest does. But yeah, so we'll see. You want to see Classic go to Legion? I'm sure there are lots of people that feel that way. There are probably also lots of people that wish Classic had not even gone into Cataclysm. So like, that's the problem, is like everybody has a different opinion on it. If you ask 5 WoW players where Classic should stop, you will get 5 different answers. Because everybody has a different opinion. So they'll keep pushing them out until they see playership drop way off. And then whatever that happens, that will be the last Classic Era, like, traditional release. And if I had to guess, I would think maybe it would be Warlords of Draenor where that would happen. I think they'll do Mop Classic, and I think they'll do Warlords Classic, and I think Warlords, I think that's where the playership drop-off will happen. Where, like, some people will be down for that. Like, you know, people who started playing the game in BFA would probably be okay to go back and, like, see, but that's going to be a smaller and smaller number of people. So, yeah, I'll give it to Warlords. Find minerals turned off. Dang it. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're not going to find any minerals without tracking it. That's true. Yeah, every time I die, I forget to turn it back on. I'm not used to dying a lot in Classic, so it's like I forget to do these things. It's pretty much a constant thing I forget to do. Like not grabbing flight points. Not emptying my inventory. Like, there's all these things. And like, they're all bad, but at least they're consistent. Oh yeah, everything between vanilla and Kata, everything's different. I mean, things were looking pretty different by the time we got into Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, it's multiple expansions of changes and iterations. Almost entirely different game. As far as like how it feels to play it. So yep, let's do that. He has one more green quest that we might do before we leave here. Depending on what it is. 5 handfuls of Stardust. Stardust. Where are we finding Stardust? Okay, down in this area. That's not very far. I think we will at least do that before we leave. Let's turn in the other one, see if there's a follow-up. For a new player, vanilla is the place to start. I mean, different people will give you different opinions. My opinion is yes. As a brand new player to WoW, vanilla is a very good place to start.
Farewell. Goddess watch over you.
And it's like, even if you are eventually a person who really enjoys Cataclysm, if you put some time into vanilla and you play vanilla, like, you will have a different appreciation for Cataclysm if it becomes a game that you also play. So like, that's like why I would recommend people always start with vanilla, because then you see the vanilla experience, and then like you can see how you feel about the vanilla experience, and then you have these other versions of the game you can try like later on down the road. Or if you decide like, yeah, vanilla not for me, maybe I should try something else, at least then you'll have like a point of reference and like an appreciation for some of the ways that the versions are different. Is this Whitemane cluster? Yes, it is. Unscheduled gaming, you're seeing a lot of classic streamers talking about something fresh coming in November. Maybe Fresh Classic is on the way. Oh yeah, like who? I don't know a lot of like WoW streamers for Classic, but like who do you mean? I know a couple names, but maybe it's somebody I know. Because, you know, sometimes like, you know, people hear things, but I think a lot of times people hear what they want to hear. So I wonder, is it like from something somebody said in an interview, or like, you know, another mysterious survey type of deal? I'm always curious, but I never really trust these kinds of things. November is still a ways away. Soda Pop and pushed back the start of their classic hardcore until November. So you think that this person would be someone who, like, maybe they know something. Maybe they know something, they know like November is going to be the time they're going to want to do it, like doing it now would be a mistake. So that's like what we're operating under, I guess. Vanilla is too hard to grasp. The exact opposite is true. The exact opposite is true. Vanilla is very easy to grasp. And classic modern WoW has systems built on systems, where vanilla is the core system. So like there's only so many systems you're dealing with. Everything is really straightforward. Most classes have a 2, 3, or 4 ability rotation, whereas in modern WoW, classes have like a 15 to 20 button rotation with 5 mini cooldowns, 2 defensive abilities, 1 heal, and 3 stuns. So no, like the exact opposite's actually true. Classic era is much easier to understand and much more approachable than modern WoW. Just from the very way it's designed to be played, all the way through all of its systems. The talents, instead of like talents that are 3 paragraphs long in retail, in classic era, all of the talents are like a couple of sentences that describe the talent and what it does. Super easy to read it and understand it. Yeah, it's really, there's nothing complicated about classic. Anybody can log into that's why it was such a popular game. Like anybody can log into it. They can move the character around. They can mouse over their abilities and understand what the abilities do. There's really nothing complicated about classic era. There's depth to it because it has a lot of RPG elements, but from like a comprehension standpoint, absolutely much easier to absorb than anything in retail. Like from class design to actually how do you do content, where is the content, what is the content, like retail's, you know, they've had 20 years to stack complication onto it. Just kind of a weird viewpoint. A lot of people's first experience, like especially up until recently, like their first experience with retail is they do Exile's Reach, they get through Exile's Reach, they're dropped in their main city, they look at their map is full of icons, different dialogue boxes are popping up from different NPCs that want them to do different things, and then for a lot of people that's where they log out. Because it just like, it's a bunch of stuff right away that is not linear and that doesn't flow and that is like ultimately very visually confusing. Anyway, I think we all get it. Vanilla is simpler than retail. Easier to grasp, but with hidden depth. Like there are still things that I learn about the game like today without like that I haven't learned for 20 years of playing it. Like there's always like these little bits of like how the game works and the nuances that can elude players for a long time. But like something eluding you doesn't make the game more complicated. It's just that when you eventually learn that thing, it makes the game deeper. I could keep killing these guys, but realistically, I should be looting stuff. We're looking for these little plants that are growing over here. Yeah, vanilla, I agree, vanilla is hard to get into for younger people, but not because it's complicated, because younger people are super smart. And younger people can easily grasp like complicated video game systems. Yeah, vanilla is hard to get into for younger people because vanilla is much slower. It is a slower paced game. It is all about the journey. And younger people have kind of been like, by the games industry has turned you into end game consumers, and they've gotten you used to like these cycles of like these gameplay loops where it's like kind of like fast-paced gameplay, easy to get into it, co-op. You do your loop, you get something, you get a little endorphin boost, and then you queue back up and do it again. And it's a cycle of like gameplay, endorphins, gameplay, endorphins, gameplay, endorphins. And in games like WoW Classic Era, like the endorphins are coming at you much slower. And a lot of times there really aren't any endorphins coming to you, except sometimes you'll have like a fight that's really close and you'll come out victorious and you'll feel good. Other times you'll hit a milestone after like 50 hours of gameplay. You know, you hit level 20, you get your portals as a mage. Like, but yeah. It definitely is less appealing to younger people, absolutely. And the thing about that is, though, it's like that's how things are right now. but that doesn't mean that it will always be like that. The bubble of that kind of like entertainment and engagement loop, that bubble might burst eventually. And people might realize they're on this little loop of like activity endorphin that's like kind of designed to get them to hyper engage with something like in a very unnatural way. Eventually I think like as a culture that bubble will burst, and then maybe people will go back to being able to enjoy things that are a little bit more long form entertainment. I don't know, maybe that's just me being an old person, wishful thinking, but it could happen. You don't think retail is inherently more appealing to young people? No, it's not. You're right. It's not, because it's a mess. It's a mess, especially for a new player to jump into. So it's not inherently appealing because like a lot of games these days, it's a very streamlined process. Like you want to play a game, you download game, you install game, you log in, you click, you play game. Like, look, you are playing game now. Like, to get to the end game, the actual game of World of Warcraft, like, there's a lot of stuff you have to do first. There's a lot of stuff you have to do before you can even move your character in the world. Like, you gotta download all these add-ons. You gotta set up 40 add-ons. You gotta follow the YouTube guide of the way to set up the add-ons. You know, then you gotta get your UI fixed. You gotta put your UI into the shape. You gotta follow a guide on YouTube for that, too. You know, your friend said, you know, follow this guy's setup. You gotta get on there and you gotta do that. And then once you are in the game, like, let's say you want to raid or do Mythic Plus or do PvP, well, you got to level up a character first. So now you're leveling this character just so you can get to the content that you want to do with your friends, because they said for some reason this game was cool, even though it seems like an old person game. Yeah, no, Retail WoW doesn't do anything to directly appeal to younger audiences either. If they wanted to do that, they would do what I'm talking about, where I say I want to go to my character screen, select my character, and then I want to select Mythic Plus, and then I want to be in the queue for Mythic Plus, or I want to select my character and select a Delve, and then I want to be put into a Delve. Like, that would be good, because then I would get directly into the gameplay that I want to engage with, and I wouldn't have to deal with any of the fluff or the stuff that I just see as friction that I don't find enjoyable. And I think that would appeal to younger people, like, who are trying to get into like the activities in WoW. Like, think about how many people came and checked out Plunderstorm, who were people that never have played WoW. But a lot of people came and they checked out Plunderstorm because, like, oh yeah, World of Warcraft, I know about that IP. Oh look, a game that I can simply hop right into. I don't have to level. I don't have to worry about questing. I don't have to worry about whatever this story is or these characters. I can just click in, select my character, and I can play the game right now. A lot of people came and they did that with Plunderstorm. And so if they made Mythic Plus like that, if that was the game, you know, you click PvP or Mythic Plus or Raid, and you just do that stuff from the character select. Like, maybe there's a hub city. Okay, like maybe you hang out in like a hub city, and that's where like your auction house is at and your bank is at, and then that's it. We cut out everything else. Don't worry about making 4 zones. Don't worry about 5 hours of MSQ. Let's just make the parts of the content that are great. And let's just queue up directly for those. That's the modern WoW that I want to play. Like, that's what I want to play, because I want to play some Mythic Plus. I want to play some Delves, like... But that's all I want. Like, I don't want to deal with any of the rest of the game. And I'm unwilling to deal with the rest of the game to get at the pieces that I want. Yeah, they don't care about MMOs. Exactly. Yes, they don't care about MMOs. So let's just do the activities. Let's do the actual gameplay. And then it's just a multiplayer game. Let's cut out like basically it's like cut out the rest of the RPG elements, because what they don't like is they don't like MMORPGs. They love MMOs. They love like multiplayer online games, like everybody does. They don't like the RPG. The MMORPG part of it. So just finish slicing out the rest of the RPG parts. Because if people want to play an RPG, and lots of young people do, they'll go play a good RPG. Like, they'll just play an actually good RPG if that's what they want. They're not going to look at an MMORPG for a good RPG experience. Nobody is anymore. So just cut out the RPG elements completely and just make your multiplayer online game, and just focus on those like those pillars of endgame. Like the pillars of endgame should be the game. Like that's it. That's your game. And then I think a lot more people would play that. And I think there would be so much more content, and the content would be so much better, because then you don't have to worry about the story, you don't have to worry about the characters, you don't have to worry about the cutscenes. You don't have to worry about making 4 new zones, every expansion, redoing the world map. Like there's so much that you don't have to worry about doing if you're just focusing on the actual gameplay elements of the game. Yeah, and people who want to play an MMO that focuses on being an RPG, those people are already playing Final Fantasy XIV or Elder Scrolls Online. Like, there are already 2 MMOs that are good RPGs as well. Like, and those games already exist, and like, WoW is not that game. WoW is not a game where like a lot of people care about the role RPG elements, or even where a lot of people care about the story. Like, that's not what WoW is about for like most WoW players. For most WoW players, it's a lot about the gameplay, and for some people it's a little bit about the setting. But I think these days it's especially like it's just about the gameplay. The gameplay is the part that's great.
Peace be with you. May the stars guide you. What brings you here? Farewell.
Alright, so... okay, we're level 28. That happened at some point, and I didn't notice. I am going to... I think I was kind of jumping back and forth, but I think what I have to do is... I have to go here, because we want to get into Conviction as soon as we can for the increased crit strike. So yeah, we'll go Benediction for another point. I think that's our next, like... yeah, our next set of points. We'll go here, and then we're going 5 points Conviction. After that, maybe we come back for the mana pool increase. We'll see. What are we training at level 28? Redemption. I still don't have my res. Exorcism rank 2 and shit. So this is kind of a non-level. I don't have to worry about training this right away. It's kind of the same thing with the next level except for Holy Light. Okay, yep. So we're good for now. Do I want to do more here? Since we hit level 28, we now have a couple more green quests. We've got green questing to do back in Duskwood. Red Ridge, we're basically done except for a couple of elite quests that we may or may not be able to do. Wetlands. We got some green, but mainly yellow stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to do any more here for right now. Kill as many as you can, but bring me their chieftain's skull. Where is this at? Directly to the north of Astronar. Oh, he's up here. Maybe we could go do this one. If he's like actually up and walking around. And then after that, maybe we'll head back to the Eastern Kingdoms. Alright, before I do any of that, I have to bio. I will be right back, guys. Oh god, the shaman heal. We don't have to fight these guys, but I kind of would like to fight them on the way just for the kill experience. But the shaman, I might only fight a shaman if I have my Hammer of Justice off cooldown, because I really don't want to deal with the heal. I'm kind of surprised, like, the entire time we've been here, we haven't run across any horde yet. I feel like this is an area where they would quest. Alliance doesn't have shamans, not in Classic era. No, Alliance didn't get shaman until Cataclysm, right? Oh no, sorry. Burning Crusade, they got Draenei. Cataclysm, they got Dwarf Shaman. Yeah, TBC. Yeah. And Horde side doesn't have Paladins. So if you want to be a Paladin, you have to go Alliance, and if you want to be a Shaman, you have to go Horde side. So... it's a kind of unfortunate thing. I often wish that I could have an Alliance Shaman in Classic era. But yeah, it's one of the things that has remained classic about Classic. Karen, good evening and welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. We need copper. Let's go grab the copper. Oh man, I mean, well... we'll see. Supposedly something might happen in November. Like, rumor of a rumor of a rumor. But maybe there's something on the table for Classic in November. And like, if it's November, then it wouldn't be a Pandaria announcement. So if it's November, it might really be like a Classic something. We'll see. Like, let's think about it. Would November be a smart time for like a Classic fresh start of some kind? Like, let's hope it's a progression server that starts in vanilla and that goes through TBC and Wrath of the Lich King. Let's hope that's what it is. And so, like, would November even be a good time? What's going to be happening in November? So when is the first patch coming out for the War Within? That's going to be our key point of data. Is like, if we have any idea when the first patch comes out for the War Within. Because they definitely wouldn't do anything with Classic in the same, like, breath as they would do something with the War Within. I don't think they'll do era servers. Because I think if you do an era, if you open 2 era servers in 2 different eras at the same time, you're just gonna split playership so much. I think era servers could be good eventually. I think you do a progression server first. Because if you do a progression server first, you can like go from vanilla to TBC, and then when you leave TBC to go to Wrath in that progression server, then you can leave an era server behind for TBC. And then when the progression ends for that period, well, let's say it's like a 2-year period, when progression ends, then you leave a Wrath era server open. And then the progression server will reset every 2 years. So every 2 years you can do a fresh start, or you can land on one of the era servers. But I don't know if just out of nowhere opening 2 era servers at the same time is smart. Like, I don't think it's a smart idea. Even a fresh hardcore server would be good. Yeah, that would be nice. I don't know if they will do that. But yeah, that'd be fine. You agree, but logic doesn't work with Blizz? That's fair. Yeah, see, I really hope it's a Classic era fresh start progression server. Like, this is what I want them to do. Let's have a fresh start, and I want all server types. So there should be a hardcore server type, PvE server type, PvP server type. Boys, we're going in. We knew this day would come. We trained for this, and we're ready. If this guy stops running, he's dead meat. I'm gonna follow him to the ends of the earth. Or until he goes in a different direction from us. At this rate, we never catch him. It's war. It's war out here. The new mace is level 29. We have to hit 29 to equip it. To be fair, he was a few levels younger than us, but I don't feel bad. This is the way of the world that we live in. We live in a world of Warcraft, okay? And so I have to fight the other faction. And I expect that they will kill me too. A fresh SOD server. I'm sure everyone would be really excited for that. No, thankfully we know that's not the case. They're consolidating SOD servers already. So thankfully we know it's not a SOD server. Yeah, I don't know if November even, like, if it makes sense. It would make sense if the first patch for the War Within were going to be in December, like late December, early January. Oh, there we go. We got his skull. Okay, let's skedaddle. A TBC SOD server. Oh joy. Joy, oh joy. Don't give them any of these ideas, okay? Let's just be thinking about a classic fresh start progression server, like all server types. Fresh start progression. Yep, we start in vanilla. Eventually it rolls up to TBC. Eventually it rolls up to Wrath of the Lich King. And then eventually it resets. Like every 2 years. It would probably be an easier lift if they just wanted to do, like, they'll probably do like a season of classic. They'll do our season of hardcore. They'll do a fresh start hardcore, and they'll just call it like a season of hardcore. That would be easier, because then they would just be doing the vanilla client. They wouldn't have to worry about like rolling it up into TBC or Wrath. That's the most boring thing they could do, in my opinion, is a fresh start. A fresh start hardcore. If it's just vanilla era and it's not progression, then that's probably the most boring thing they could do. It's just like, this November, a new season of hardcore, wow. Jump back in with a fresh start server. Like, you know, like that's the easiest thing they could do. And so honestly, like, and I just wrote it for them, so like honestly, that's probably what'll happen. Yeah, unfortunately. Yep. And that'd be the least amount of effort, and that's probably it. Which will be fine. Like if they do a hardcore fresh start, I'll play. I'll play a character, at least one. But I would much rather see a progression server fresh start. That would be so much more interesting to me. And then, like, I think if you do that, you could have a hardcore server, and like maybe I'd play a little bit on there. But it probably wouldn't be my focus. If it was a progression server, my focus would not be on hardcore, to be honest. After seeing the population on current hardcore servers, you wonder if the player base for the fresh hardcore is even there. That's a good point. But I think like a lot of people only like to play hardcore when there's hype around it. And a fresh start would create hype. You know what I mean? And you'd see the same kind of drop off. Like, it would be very popular at first. And then you'd start to see drop off probably like immediately.
I am honored.
But yeah, there's no population in hardcore right now because there's no hype, and like it's a very hype-driven type of gameplay. Like, it's if there's no excitement for it, no one's playing it. It's not exciting. No one wants to start, unless you're just like die hard hardcore.
Del Magis. Good luck, friend.
Yeah, hardcore season's incoming. Yeah, I think people would come back for it. Yeah, I think as soon as there's a fresh start, people would come back for it. You know. I think that it could be just as big as it was, like, not in Bloodsail Buccaneers era, but like official era. It could be that big again, and then you will see like a drop off. But the hype lasts longer, like the hype for it will last longer after the drop off. Because I think what happens with hardcore is hardcore also becomes like a big spectator sport. So like even if people are not playing hardcore, they like to watch people playing hardcore. So like the hype continues even after like there's a player drop off. That's what I think anyway. I could be totally wrong. I don't have any real numbers. I think I'm done here for now. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're done here for now. Let's go back to the Eastern Kingdoms. Yeah, it was cool when it was hype. It was cool when people were streaming it. Yeah, exactly. And so if they do a fresh start, that'll happen again. And that's their lowest hanging fruit. Like, what's the easiest thing to do to create hype? Do a hardcore fresh start server. Like, it's the easiest way to get hype for Classic. A progression server would probably have just as much hype around it, but they'd probably have to put in more work to make it happen. And that would be like a 2-year commitment of work. Knowing they had to move it from vanilla through, we'd have to go through all the patches. So part of the progression, part of it is like, we don't launch it with all the patches out. Like, you go through the patch content, and then you get to the next expansion, and then you go through. So they'd have to like devote the future work and the sprint hours necessary for someone to like actually push the patches out, make sure the launches were smooth, do the maintenances involved. Like, it would be work, okay? And so I think that's likely why that won't happen. They'll probably do the hardcore thing first. So I want to go to Duskwood. Do we want to do anything here in the wetlands first? Omer's Revenge. Okay, we can go turn this in. Yeah, let's go back to the excavation site. We can do the follow-up raptor quest. We can find the last of the fragments. And then maybe after that we go to Duskwood. My inventory is just, it's not looking good. Yeah, I gotta mail some stuff. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna send some stuff to the bank alt. Like, all this wool, I don't really need all this wool. So let's get rid of some of it. Yeah, we don't want to run out like this.
Just came back from my break.
You came back from your break?
Hi, have you died?
It seems like you're still on a break.
Oh, no, I'm gonna go back to my school.
Okay.
Wanna say hi?
Well, thanks for saying hi. I hope we can have a good rest of your day.
And hi. Have you died again?
Mm-mm.
Good job. Well, You're gonna die.
well, now I'm gonna die.
Sorry. I was like, and you're like,
That was a player. that was a player that killed me. So there you go. Are you happy now? Mission accomplished.
I'm sorry.
Now you can go back to schoolwork.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
I'm just like high five.
It's just a coincidence.
And you're like, and you right when our hands touch, you're like it's just like a whoop when you're dead.
Yeah,
I
I think it was a druid.
It looked like a lion.
Yeah, maybe it was a hunter's pet. Maybe that's what it was.
Hunter's pet.
Yeah. Anyway, you should get back to schoolwork.
But I love you.
Yeah, I know you do. I love you too.
Once you get into that area, then he's sprinting.
Once I get my body back, you're gonna go back to schoolwork, okay?
Yes. Probably go pee first.
It's a hunter on top of the inn. Oh, that's great. So I'm gonna try to like squeeze into the inn, and maybe he won't see me get my body back. He's probably just camping people. If we have to, we'll just get on the flight master. We'll go somewhere else. No big deal. Let's see if we can squeeze into one of the buildings. There we go. We gotta be safe in the inn, right? We're gonna hide here for a minute. Alright, man, go back to schoolwork, okay?
Bye.
Be good. Do good.
Bye.
See you later.
See you later. Bye, guys.
It's level... Oh, damn. Not in the inn! It is nowhere safe! It's nothing sacred! These NPCs, they don't want to help me? Nobody wants to help? The mace is level 29. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, level 29. So we got one more level to go. At this rate, it might not happen.
I just heard you from the bathroom and you're like, no, there's nowhere safe.
Alright, now you do have to go back to school.
Good. If you, the person who did the laugh emoji, you're a good job.
I need a lock on that door. He's controlling the pet. Yeah, like he's like seeing through the pet's eyes or whatever. Yeah, that's probably what he's doing. Absolutely. And so, yeah, like we're gonna try to get out of town, I guess. Like I'm not gonna use the mailbox right now, and I guess I'm just gonna try to run away. We'll get out of town, and eventually he'll leave us alone. He's camping the town, so. Like, once we're not in town, then we'll be better. Like, we're probably gonna get killed at least one more time. So let's just see how far we get. And we'll worry about the inventory another time, I guess. Yeah, this is part and parcel for playing on a PvP server. Yeah, like this is part of it. Like, obviously, it's not like this is the most super enjoyable part of it. But listen. We killed a player, like we killed an undead guy who was a couple levels below us, and this guy's doing the same thing. So, you know, it is what it is. It's not even griefing. It's not, I don't even count it as griefing yet. No, it's fine. Like, it's fine to kill somebody a couple times. Like, look, like, he's not chasing us, so, yeah, like, if he were following me, if he were farming me for the next hour, then that'd be griefing, but he's not. Sorry guys, my wife brought me some food. She says I probably need calories. I probably do need calories at some point. Alright, we gotta put the aura back up, we gotta put track minerals back up. And we'll just hope that we don't get killed again for a little bit. Esme, that sounds awesome. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Lael, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome, welcome. It looks like somebody might already be farming these crocolisk. The problem is the game only spawns a few of them, so if somebody else is out here farming them, we probably won't be doing this right now. In fact, like, we don't have to be doing this one right now. Like, these ones are a little bit of a higher level. We could save them for later. Let's see if we can find some of these guys. These guys are also, like, pretty hard to find. We'll follow this little river vein all the way down. And we'll try to end back at the excavation site. But yeah, these guys are kind of a pain, so if we find some of them now, we find some of them later, that'll probably work out best. But the crocolisk stuff, we'll probably come back for that. Alright guys, my wife did bring me some food, so I am going to turn my camera off for a bit. And I'm going to eat. We're going to kill the raptors here. We're going to look for these other items that we need to pick up off the ground. So yeah, I feel like this is a good time for me to get some calories. I will see you guys on the flip side.
You got my attention. Be good.
I'm gonna finish this now that we started it, but like in reflection, we probably could have saved this for later. Yeah, we probably didn't need to be working on this right now. But I'm gonna finish it because we're 7 out of 10 and 2 out of 10. And then I guess this way we don't have to come back here. Not to this area anyway. This would have felt nicer at level 29 with the new mace equipped. Speaking of coffee, I need a little more coffee. I'll have to take a little coffee break pretty soon here. Maybe next time we transition zones will be a good time for a little bit of a coffee break. Warlock is for pro only. That sounds like something a Warlock player would say. Yeah. Sounds like something a Warlock player would say. Are we ready for another SFK one? Run with a laggy Warlock? Exactly. Well, we know now that only pros play Warlocks, so the lag must have been an intended part of his gameplay. How hard can it be to dot, drain life, life tap, drain life? I don't know. I don't know. I don't play a lot of Warlock. I'm probably not pro enough to play a lot of Warlock. And from what I learned last time I grouped with a Warlock, I've learned that I don't have enough lag. I need more lag to be a Warlock. Yeah, I haven't had any whispers today for any dungeons. Yesterday we got like 3 whispers throughout the course of the whole day. And today I've had nothing. I've had no whispers.
What's on your mind? Watch your back.
Yeah, that's kind of my goal for today. My goal for today is to try to get level 29 so we can equip the mace. We'll see if we get there. We're about halfway through the level. It's gonna be close. We've got to upgrade all of our gear. All of our gear is so bad. We could probably have like so much more HP if we had just some at-level greens. We're gonna do some shopping. As soon as we leave this zone, before we go anywhere else and do anything anywhere else, we're gonna go to like Stormwind or Ironforge and we're gonna do some shopping. Because yeah, all of our gear, besides our pants and our weapon, all of our gear is really, really bad. And it doesn't need to be. We have a little bit of gold, so we can spend a little bit of it. I also have a full inventory. I have to put this weapon back up. It didn't sell yesterday. I'm going to keep putting it up for 200 gold every day until it sells for 200 gold. Because for whatever reason, I've decided that it's worth 200 gold. So we're either going to sell it for that amount, or we're not going to sell it. Do I have a guild on Whitemane? Not right now, I don't. I'm holding off before I start a guild. I put a Discord channel up. I have a channel on Discord for Whitemane, so that's like a category now in the Discord. And we'll see. I think I want to be a little bit more established here before I start up a guild. But maybe it'll happen eventually. Whenever I feel like there's enough interest for people that actually want to come here and play the game. I just don't want to have like another dead guild. Rather not have another dead guild. I like my guild in Cataclysm. They're awesome. They do tons of raids. I don't do anything, but they're doing content all the time, so they're a very active guild. And so like I just don't want to have another dead guild like all the hardcore guilds or whatever, you know. So I'm gonna wait a little while. What's my opinion on the War Within? It's meh. I didn't like the War Within that much, but, you know, I'm not the person they're making the game for anymore. They are making the game for somebody else, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be for me, and I don't have to like it. It was very okay. The anniversary patch, it's cool. It's retail stuff, so I really wish for the anniversary they would have done more in Classic for Classic. Would have been nice to have something. I don't know what, but yeah, that's neat. The tier 2 sets, that's cool.
Interest ya in a pint? Off with you. Here there. Watch your back. Be good. Hello! Keep your feet on the ground!
The Quest UI that we're using is called Dialogue UI. And you can get that add-on for Classic, Kata, or Retail. It also has a cool dark mode that looks really good.
Greetings. Light bless you. For the Alliance.
Alright, maybe it's safe now to use the mailbox? Do we see any hunters hiding on the roof? I don't see anybody. Let's go inside the inn just in case. Not that it helped us before.
You got my attention. See you soon.
Alright, let's go ahead. We'll send some stuff off to the bank alt. There we go. That's much better. Alright, to Ironforge we go. To the auction house we go. We are going to do some shopping.
Can I help you?
We basically need all new gear. Like, all of our gear is bad.
Be careful.
It's all terrible, terrible dirt gear. We need to replace basically every piece. And then at level 29 we'll have our weapon upgrade, and then we'll be looking pretty good. But yeah, I want to do this first before we go try to do any content anywhere else. After we have a whole new outfit, we will go to Duskwood. A lot of stuff there is going green. So yeah, we'll have to farm up the lean wolf kebabs again, because I vendored them again. So we'll do that. How many people are on the Era servers these days? It depends on what server cluster you're on. If you want to be on a really busy server cluster, then in the US you want to be on the Whitemane cluster, and in the EU you want to be on the Firemaw cluster. And yeah, Whitemane is very, very busy. It's like 4,000 or 5,000 active players. It's been good. But I'm sure there are also some low pop realms. So like, go on a medium pop realm. And there's only one of those per region, so... let's see... We need everything. I want to look at stuff like pretty recent level. We'll do level 26 to 28. Oh, yeah, see, like, like, that's pretty good. I'm gonna spend a little bit of gold. I hope I don't regret it too much. We also have a weapon to try to put up, but we're gonna try to put this up for 200. So I am gonna spend a little bit of money to gear us up a little bit better. And I'm gonna try not to cringe. 4,500 for this one right here, level 26. The Avengers armor. Banded armor of the bear seems good. That's relatively cheap. You know what I want? I want the shining. I want the shining steel breastplate, but I don't see any. Is it shining silver breastplates? There we go. Oh, this was level 24. Oh, for some reason I thought this was a level 27 equipable. Like, is this worth it at level 24? 15 gold. The 14 strength is still a lot of strength. But am I gonna... Am I gonna equip out of that soon? 14 strength. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna outgrow it, but if I can wear it for like 10 levels, then it's worth it. Like, cause it's a slow leveling process. But I wonder, so that's 15 gold's a really good price for this also. Like, that's a pretty good price for 14 strength. Like, we're not gonna top that for a while. Let's see. Of course, yeah, of course it's not plate we want, mail. Yeah, like we could just go with this. It's not nearly as much strength. It's much cheaper, obviously. Yeah, alright, I feel like that's good. That should be good for a little while. Alright, there we are. We have passed 1000 HP. We are at almost 1200 HP now. And yeah, I'm gonna put us on a flight point for Duskwood. Mike, that sounds about par for the course, man. Sounds about par for the course. Alright, I'm gonna put us in flight. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break. I'm gonna refill my coffee. stretch my legs a little bit. So yeah, let's do that. I will pin that, and I will put us in flight, and I will see you guys when I get back. Alright. We're back.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
Making a special purchase? Be seeing you.
What can I do for you?
Hello.
Alright, let's come to the south here. We need to stop by and see Blind Mary. Then we'll go down here, we'll farm up the skeletal warriors and the mages. We're also getting fingers, but the fingers are for Totem of Infliction, which we'll have to also work on later on when we're fighting ghouls out at the cemetery. So yeah, lots and lots of stuff we can do here. Should be pretty easy to hit level 29. The great thing here is we can use Exorcism, like, a lot. Probably on, like, 80% of the mobs. Everything besides the Worgen and the spiders, basically. We got a large brown sack. A 10-slot bag that we don't need. You never get a 10-slot bag to drop when you have, like, 8-slot bags equipped, you know? You only get it once you have like a full set of like bigger bags. Do I want to group? I mean, I don't really want to group, but I will. It's less kill experience. I don't really like getting less kill experience unless we can do like really big pulls, and there don't seem to be many mobs up. Karen, have a good rest of your night. We'll see you next time. Jason, the game's still here, man. It's still here and it's waiting for you to come back. It's always waiting for you to come back. Alright, I think I'm gonna go turn these in before we do anything else. And then we'll work our way around the northern part of the zone. Or we can get the lean flanks from down here, so we can farm like the level 20 to 21 wolves up to the north, or we could fight the ones that are like slightly higher level. The wargs that are like level 24, 25. That might be better, because at least that way we get like considerable amounts of kill XP. If we fight the guys up here, most of those are going to be gray. So we're not going to get anything for that. Yeah, maybe we'll go this way. That'll let us stop by here. We can turn in Sven's Revenge. Grab the follow-up.
What can I do for you? Farewell. King's honor, friend. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend.
Hey there.
The crazy thing is, I'm pretty sure this guy goes all the way to like Westfall. Don't we see him in Westfall? Antonio Pirelli? Pretty sure that we do.
See you later. Good day to you. Have a good one.
Yeah, he goes through Redridge and Elwyn as well. It's crazy. Mr. Santa, have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. We'll see you next time. Ooh, we're surrounded by tin. Very nice. Is this the new Sod Classic? No, this is Classic Classic. Vanilla Classic, Classic minus. Whitemane is the server with the biggest population in the US. And also it's in a cluster of servers. So it's not just Whitemane, it's Whitemane and Thunder Fury and a bunch of other realms clustered together. Yeah, it's Whitemane. US West PvP server. Love you. He's happy to be done with his school day. And to be yelling at my little dog. Oh man. School at home has its challenges. JP, have a good rest of your day. We'll see you next time. What level is Stitches? 38? I want to say like 38. But I could be way off. GTX, that's awesome, man. I'm glad you found the server. Yeah, it's a great place to be. Yep, if you don't play retail and you're disenfranchised by Kata, it's absolutely a good place to be spending your time. I've been referring to Whitemane as my classic era retirement home. I need to call Blizzard and tell them to create revolving classic servers, like progression servers. Yeah. I mean, I would. I talk about progression servers almost every single day. All they have to do is show up to the stream like they ought to do. And if they showed up to the stream like they ought to do, then they would know all about progression servers and how much of a good idea they are. But, you know, I don't know if anybody's listening. There's a rumor of a rumor that they're planning something for Classic for November. But it's like a rumor of a rumor. And what we think is if they do anything in November, it's probably going to be a hardcore fresh start and not a progression server fresh start. And honestly, like a hardcore fresh start is pretty hype, but I would much prefer a progression server fresh start instead. But we'll see. We'll see if they announce anything in the next couple months. Yeah, I mean, Feral might not be good DPS in Classic Era, but the thing to remember about Classic Era is that classes are more than just the DPS they can output. That's like the really big difference between like modern WoW and Classic WoW, is that in Classic Era, a class brings more than just the damage it can output. So like even if a class is shit damage, like you have a buff or you have something you can bring, especially to like a really big group that not everybody can bring. So I don't know. But yeah, but if you're thinking about like sheer like DPS numbers, then yeah, there's lots of specs that are really bad. Like you don't really want to rep pally either. But there's still a ton of fun to level up, and as healers, they're really good at endgame. But yeah, I hear you though. It's hard to not just see like a class's DPS output and judge it based on that. Warrior is the only S tier. A tier you have Mage and Rogue. And Warlock. So yeah, like top sheer DPS potential. Not that everybody will achieve that potential, but DPS potential, Warrior's S tier, A tier is Mage, Rogue, Warlock. And then everything else is like B or C tier. But again, like classes are so much more than just the damage they can put out. You know, they are their buffs, they are their utility. They are so much more. As a druid, you have a battle res. And a battle res is incredibly useful. Like, incredibly useful. I got hit with a battle res the other day taking SFK on Aragorn. We had a feral druid in the group and they popped out, they battle resed me, I popped back up and I got to live through the rest of the fight. So, absolutely clutch. What are the odds of you even getting to 60? Well, you know, that's up to you. Everybody has different odds. Yeah, we got 3.5 bubbles till we can put the new mace on. At this point, it almost feels like I'm just grinding out these bubbles. But we need one more lean wolf flank. I think after that, though, I don't know what my plan is here. I guess I can go work on Worgen in the Woods. It's a little bit of a high level, but it's relatively close. I might just grind on these guys a bit more. We could make our way out to the graveyard. Making our way out to the graveyard is actually not a bad idea. There we go. That's 10 out of 10. We still need to get the Stormwind seasoning the next time we're in town. So for now, I'm just going to keep fighting my way out to the graveyard. And maybe we'll ding level just by fighting stuff. If not, we'll work on the Night Watch Part 2 and some of the parts we need for Totem of Infliction. Although I feel like there's a quest that we're missing. There should be a quest to get something else, like something else drops off the skeletons. I forget what it is. But yeah, I feel like if we talk to Abercrombie, there will be one more quest out here. So maybe I just want to go talk to Abercrombie. Alliance level 11? Loch Modan? Yeah, you could go to Loch Modan. Typically I do Elwyn Forest and Dunmorrow. And then if I do Elwyn Forest and Dunmorrow, I typically head into Loch Modan around level 12 or 13. But yeah, you could go there at 11. The first couple of Trog kill quests, those are lower level. You have the Kobold Ear quest. The Kobold Ear quest is like level 11. And then you have the Animal Parts quest, which is also level 11. So you have a few level 11 quests. But if you haven't done either Elwyn Forest or Dunmorrow yet, there might be some like level 8, 9, and 10 quests there worth doing. That's why I need to make a zone hopping guide someday. I should do a zone hopping guide. I'm sure there probably are already some like decent ones out there. I have to imagine somebody's put together like just a good like overview of like what zones to go to in which order. Maybe I should though. It's a question that comes up time and time again. Where should I go? What should I do? Type of thing. And I feel like it's pretty easily summarized. I could probably pretty easily summarize it. Am I a professional streamer or is this just a passion? I don't know what that means. If by professional streamer, like there's so many different things you can mean by that. I don't know. No. I do this because I like to do it. If you're asking me, like, do I make more money than you make at your day job doing this? The answer is probably no. Unless your day job is working at a Kmart for minimum wage. Like, I don't know. It's an ambiguous question. I do this because it's what I love doing. My modus operandi is to enjoy myself and to try to create an atmosphere where other people enjoy hanging out. It's not a job. Even if I made $1 billion a year doing this, like, it wouldn't be a job. A job is somewhere where you go and you sell your labor to somebody else and you do what they tell you to do. That's what a job is. You go there, you agree to sell your labor by the hour to somebody else who is your boss who tells you what to do. So, like, even if I made $1 bazillion a year doing this, it still wouldn't be a job. You know what I mean? We're gonna have to come back out here at some point. If I grind on these guys now, we're gonna have to come back because there's another item they drop that we need. It's not the fingers. I'm trying to remember what the item is called. But I think it spawns off of an Abercrombie quest. So let's head over here to Sven. We'll shoot over to Abercrombie and we'll kind of like, we'll see where that leaves us. Because yeah, I don't want to fight too many of these guys right now, knowing that we'll probably just have to come back. No, you can't make a living doing this. No, and if, like, listen to this. Some people can definitely make a living doing this. If you approach this as a way to make a living, you will 100% fail at it. If you approach like anything like this, like streaming, YouTube content, if you approach something that's supposed to be like about passion and having fun, and your main goal is that you want to make a living off of it, you're gonna fail at it. It's not how it works. Because again, it's not a job. A job is a construct of capitalism whereby you sell your labor to others and they tell you what to do. Like, some people can make a lot of money doing this, but the people that do that, they don't set out with the main intention of making money. And if you do that, you will fail at it. The first thing is, it takes years, sometimes, before you're even making pennies on YouTube. It takes years of putting up content, of being consistent, of sticking with it and not giving up. Like, it takes years before you can even make pennies. And so, like, if your objective was to make money, like, keep working at the Kmart. Like, that's going to be a steady check. YouTube is never going to be a steady check. And if your goal is a steady check, you will fail at it. These grave diggers always bother me. I kind of want to kill all of them, but I won't. And honestly, like, if you're sitting there at your job and you're like, damn, I wish I could quit my job and go play video games on YouTube, you should get a new job. Like, the first thing you have to do is get a new job, because apparently your job sucks. And then after you get a job that you don't hate as much, then you'll probably be in a better, like, mental frame of mind to start a hobby. Like, when I started my YouTube channel, I had a career that I loved. I loved what I did. It was a ton of fun. I got to use my writing skills in ways I never thought I would. I got to learn a bunch of skills I never thought I would learn. So, like, when I started my channel, I had a career that I loved.
King's honor, friend.
And so if you start up an endeavor like this,
Go with honor, friend.
out of just an idea that you want to make a paycheck, it's not going to happen for you. Yeah, people with the wrong approach fall off quickly because there's no passion. Yeah. Like, you have to be doing it to have a fun time. You have to be doing it because you enjoy it. It has to be something that you love to do, because otherwise you're never going to be consistent with it, and you're never going to be able to do it in a genuine way that people can, like, actually enjoy.
What can I do for you? See you around. Safe travels.
Yeah, see, it's this one. It's like zombie juice, right? Yeah, zombie juice. That's what it is. We have to turn that in to get the zombie juice. Cause let's grind out the rest of level 29. Let's make our way back to town to turn this in. But on the way, we're gonna grind out the rest of the level. We got like half a bubble to go. We can equip this new weapon and we can start just smashing heads in. Just like uber head smashing time. Very soon. Yeah, the streams have been much more relaxing since we stopped playing retail on the streams. I think, like, not streaming retail anymore is probably the best choice I've made in the last, like, 6 months. As far as, like, choices being made for the health of the community, for the health of the channel, for my mental health, I think, like, just not playing retail right now has been, like, super positively impactful on everything. So, I'm glad you guys are digging it. Wait, you don't like retail? No, not really. No, War Within was okay, but I'm not the audience for retail anymore. When they make the game so that I can just select my character and select Mythic Plus, and then I'm just playing Mythic Plus runs, I'll do that for like 10, 20 hours a week. But while there's the rest of the game wrapped around that content, I don't really feel like doing it. Dog's digging it too. Dog digs it. Bark, bark. Bark, bark. I could actually head in the general direction of town, since I do want to get back to town eventually. I could pay a little bit of attention. If it were possible, would I go back in time and wipe my memory and experience everything for the first time? How would I know if I hadn't done that already? Do you see the time paradox you just created? How would I know if I've gone back in time, wiped my own memory, and lived it all again? What would be the point? Because if you go back in time and you wipe your own memory, then you've wiped your own memory. Then you just got to do it again. There's no extra gratification from that, because you have literally wiped your memory. I always find that funny when people say that, like, do you wish you could delete your memories of the game and experience it fresh? And it's like, yeah, sure, but then how do I know I haven't already done that? Like, it could have already happened. Like, I wouldn't know. If my memories are wiped and I don't have any memories, then I have no frame of reference. Then there's no net positive for me in that scenario. It's just me having to do all that stuff again for the first time. Like, there's no added benefit to having done that. And who's to say it hasn't already happened? No, you won't know, because you'll have a memory wipe. There will be no alternate timeline you who gets any gratification out of it. That's my 2 cents. I know what you mean. When I was much younger, I used to have thoughts like that. Like, after I'd beat Final Fantasy VII for like the 15th time, when I was like 16 years old, I'd be like, dang, if only I could delete my memories of Final Fantasy VII and play it again for the first time. Like, yeah, when I was really young, I used to think that way. Now I'm old and cynical, so... Did I ever play Final Fantasy XI? Yeah, I did. I'm holding out hope for Final Fantasy 11 Classic Remaster, which they have to do at some point. All they have to do is like just put it into the Final Fantasy 14 game engine, keep all the original systems, and we're good to go. I will play the crap out of Final Fantasy 11 Classic Remaster. Oh no, you don't. We're sharing this node. Oh, we are sharing this node. Oh no, you can have some. Like, I don't need all of it. Dude just ran away like he didn't want any confrontation. I'm willing to share. We could go back and forth. Yeah, but dude just peaced out, so we'll take all of it. I mean, let's be real. If you're Square Enix, you have to be seriously considering at some point, like, remastering and re-releasing FF11 as a classic MMO. Like, it has to be on their radar. Like, I don't know if it'll happen, like, anytime soon. It's gotta be something they've tossed around at some point. Especially with, like, classic WoW having been out for, like, 5 years now. Like, someone at Square Enix has to have thought about this. Alright, level 29. Freaking awesome. Alright, there we go. That's the Cobalt Crusher. Huge upgrade over what we had. And it's a mace, so we don't have to worry about leveling up the skill. It is enchanted. We got +7 weapon damage on it, and then we got chance on hit. Blast a target for 110 to 120 additional frost damage. So this weapon could just pop off. Imagine getting like a huge crit and the frostbolt proc at the same time. Like, this weapon could just like pop off really big. Thanks, guys. Yeah, this is awesome. Let's go slap some stuff with it. $267 crit. 267. Yeah, we're gonna run over mobs with this for a while. For a while, we're gonna be really, really strong. What did that cost? It was free for me. It was gifted to me. What would it cost? Probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of gold. If I had to guess, 300 or 400 gold. But it cost me nothing. Which I think is what people call streamer privilege. Yep, very good. And like with the other gear that we've equipped, we should be a lot stronger now. We should definitely notice a pretty big uptick in character power. And we're approaching level 30 now, so level 30 is like, that's a pretty big milestone. One of these days pretty soon we'll be stepping back into Stranglethorn for real this time. And what I love most about FF11 was like you literally, like beyond the starting area, you couldn't solo. Very few classes could solo. Like you had to group up with other people. I love the feeling of like everybody camped out and then like your tank would run off into the distance and eventually they'd come back with a mob. If they came back with 2 mobs, it was a tough time if they came back with, like, it's like a 5-man group. And if the tank brings back 2 enemies, it could be dangerous. Like, every time the tank would say, I got 2 gobs. I think we could take them, though. The whole group would splinter. Everyone's running for the zone exits because, like, getting to a zone exit in FF11 was the only way to leash a mob. A mob would follow you until you zoned into a different zone. And if you died in FF11, you lost character XP. So, like, it was oftentimes you would ding a level, your group would wipe, and you would D-level. You would lose the level you just gained.
Light bless you.
That's why people would run, tank and be like, I got 2 gobs, and then everybody would take off, because no one wanted to lose XP.
Be careful. Well met. For the Alliance.
And then you had big, like, 2-hour cooldowns, like, just super powerful abilities that you could only pop, like, every 2 hours.
See you around.
That was really cool. That's what you, like, you pull 2 gobs, you pop your cooldowns, and then if that doesn't do it, you run.
Safe travels.
What can I do for you? Be careful. See you later.
There we go, the rot blossoms. That's the item I was thinking about that we're going to be getting while we're killing the guys over in the cemetery. Rot blossoms. Alright.
Well met. Farewell. Be careful. Safe travels. Be careful.
We also have a talent point. We are going to put that into Benediction.
How are you? Have a good one. Good day to you.
Hey there. See you around. Have a good one. For the Alliance. Have a good one.
Alright, I have to get the Stormwind seasoning. I'm gonna jump on a flight to Stormwind here. I want to get this before I vendor the wolf flanks for like the 3rd time. So yeah, I think I'll just fly myself over to Stormwind now.
Well met.
Otherwise, I'll forget again.
Have a good one.
Oh, and I realize we still have to put this item back on the auction house. We'll check and see if there are any others on the auction house, and then we'll post it. Again, I don't want to sell this for like anything less than 200 gold. So we'll see. I'm gonna try to put it up at least once a day. So I have to do that today before I log out. Another game to watch if you like classic MMOs, keep an eye on Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. That's actually coming to early access in December. So it's been in alpha for like 8 years, but they're finally releasing it to the public in early access in December. And that seems like more of an old school style. It's more styled after like EverQuest. But the graphics look really cool. It's like they have their own style, similar to how WoW has its own style. It looks like a style that'll age really well. And it really does have that like classic vibe. And it's actually been looking, in the recent builds, it looks really good. So I'm looking forward to trying that in December. How faded are my WASD keys? Not at all, because I have a decent keyboard. This keyboard's relatively new. Yeah, like I have a backlit keyboard, so like the letters are not drawn on there. The letters are actually the clear parts of the key, and the light shines through the clear parts, which are the letters. And so like my keys are never gonna get worn in that way, because I have a decent keyboard. Alex, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream.
Need help?
I could buy one of these, but I'm gonna buy more of them just in case I can do some cooking. Yeah, I'll buy a stack of 20, and that way, like any extra meat that we get off those guys, we can cook it.
Go with honor, friend.
All right, to the auction house now. What's the shiny mace? The shiny mace is the Cobalt Crusher. It's got a chance on hit for some serious frost damage, and +7 weapon damage on it. Very nice mace. Alright, let's take a look today. There are none on the auction house right now at all. So I'm going to put it up for 200. And I'm probably just going to keep doing that until it sells for 200. And then if it never sells, then I guess that's okay. Eventually in the future, when I roll up another Fury Warrior and make them a human this time, I'll have a weapon to equip at level 18. But yeah, for now, there we go. We'll see. Maybe this is an absurd amount of money to ask for. I don't know. Everyone on this server has tons of gold, so I feel like it's okay. All right. Let's go back to Duskwood, I guess. Should I look for... What's the other one? A bronze tube. Maybe I should look on the auction house for this. See if I can find a bronze tube. That way we can get these ones turned in. Yeah, 14 silver. I'll go ahead and buy one. Love how everyone's running around. Oh yeah, and here we go. Exhibit A, Stormwind City. For everybody wondering, like, is it a populated server? Are there players here? Is it populated? Yes. The answer is it's pretty populated. I've seen it much busier than this. This is kind of slow compared to how it usually is. All right, onward we go.
King's honor, friend. Go with...
Johnny, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. TBC and Wrath were WoW at its prime. Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with that. Sadly, we can't play TBC or Wrath right now. So, it's kind of a bummer. I think a lot of people feel that way. But there's just no way to play those versions anymore. Did anybody ask for Cataclysm? You know, they sent out a survey. I think the people that wanted Cataclysm, you know, it's mainly people that did not get to experience it originally, or it's people who were really young when Cata came out. So it's either new to them or they have nostalgia for it. Like, those are the people that really enjoy Cata. A lot of people that played through Cata, like, and played before Cata, like, if you were playing before Cata, like, you started in TBC, you started in Wrath of the Lich King, like, then you probably really didn't need Cata Classic. I didn't need Cata Classic.
Greetings. Be careful. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend.
Alright, gotta get this copper. Somehow I will get this copper. I might have to run around like half the zone to do it. So close, but so far. And dang, it really doesn't want me to get up there. By the time I get up there, someone's gonna have taken it anyway. In fact, I'm not tracking it anymore. Oh, there it is. Maybe if I come around this way. Here we go. Yeah, this is more likely. What was the damage? So the mace has a possible proc for 110 to 120 frost damage, which is a lot of damage on a proc. Also, when we crit, it crits for a lot. But yeah, like additional damage, it's probably the frost damage. What server are we on? This is the Whitemane server, which is US West PvP. Well, that was a little spike of lag. A little spike of afternoon laggy lag. Looks like we're fine, though. Just a little lag spike. Keep the weapon for a long time. Yeah, the weapon should be good for, like, at least 10 levels. Like, probably, like, level 38 or so, I'll be looking for a replacement. But yeah, it should keep for a long time. That's the dream, at least. This is classic era. Yeah, this is just a regular classic era PvP server. And this is the Whitemane cluster. So we're on Whitemane, but in classic era the servers are clustered together. So like when you're playing on Whitemane, you're playing with people on Whitemane and also with people on Thunder Fury and like a handful of other servers. Did I get the mace off a drop or the auction house? I was gifted the mace. Yeah, I think it's called streamer privilege. Somebody just gave it to me. On the auction house, it would probably sell for many hundreds of golds. I should put a fiery weapon on it. I feel like... I kind of thought the chance on hit here was already an enchant. I think the frost damage is an enchant. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't think I can have the frost and fiery weapon. Because I don't remember this having that proc naturally, but maybe it does. Maybe I just don't remember.
Well met. Be careful for the Alliance. What can I do for you? Light bless you.
Greetings. Farewell.
Oh, snap. Yeah, I sold all of my raptor eggs. Ugh. I probably had 1 million raptor eggs at some point or another, and I sold them. That's pretty typical of me. Pretty typical. All right, guys, I have had an amazing day. I really appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with me. It has been a lot of fun, but I am out of time for today. So I will be back tomorrow. Again, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Hope to see you back here again around the same time tomorrow. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.